Hello. I'd say good morning, Karazis, but it's probably your evening. So I guess good evening to you. Still very impressed that you got all the way to 100. That's a lot of effort. So, good job on you. I am getting back into this. I'm lucky enough that my sister-in-law is coming and hanging out with us, so she's taking care of the kiddos, which means I get time to do coding. So I actually get a decent amount of chunk of time. Going for 1,000 now. God. Well, enjoy it while it lasts. I mean, you're not always going to have just endless just progression, I guess. There's going to be a game loop at some point. We'll see how far you can get before I shut it all down. Now, the thing I wanted to do, if I have time now, is to look at... How did it actually finally go? Oh. I always doubt Dino's going to do it, and then it does it. For the little Discord notifications. Okay. I want to fix how my items work. Yeah, I could make some sort of thing like that, but it would have to be like, I'd have to have some sort of system to make it like that you will die, because like right now obviously you can just kind of, it's fairly easy to just kind of keep going. So the items would probably dry up and stuff and do that. I don't know. It would be an interesting type of mode though. Hey Red, how's it going? Yeah, I'm doing good. My stepsister, or not my stepsister, my sister-in-law is amazing and is taking care of the kiddos right now. So I get some free time. And so the thing that I was thinking about, just to reiterate, is when I was looking at these volume profiles that Unity has, they have this kind of way of like having different components in a scriptable object, which is what I kind of want to do for my items. Because right now, the thing with my items, if I can find them, run resources, aren't they? Where are you, stupid items? Yeah, is that right now it's an item. Like this is a health consumable, so it can only do one thing, and that is heal. And I don't like that because I actually want them to be able to maybe potentially, like, it could heal you, but maybe it stresses you out a little bit. Or there's other things, right? Like I was having this idea that later I'm going to do like hunger and thirst, right? So I want to have an item that can do multiple different things, which right now this system cannot handle. It's just like this item is a health consumable. So what I want to change these to eventually is making that I have items and they have little components on them for doing the stuff that I want them to do. You got your signal on my antenna from a forgotten planet. So, nice. How you going, AK? So yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can do some of that today, because I think if I can set that up nicely, I think I will make this item generation way nicer. So the way I kind of need to do that is go and open up some of these scripts. Just take a look at them. The question is whether or not this should be item data or item consumables. Item is the base class. It has some types and is the names and everything. But if I add components to this, I guess I still have upgrade. What are the inheritors? Implementations? Yeah. There's upgrade data and there's consumable item data. Basically, those are the two main ones. This says junk, but I guess there's 3. So, oh hey, Codecraft, how's it going? I'm pretty good today. I had a child about a week and a few days ago. So I've not had the greatest sleep that week, but we have the sister-in-law here, so getting to code some things for actually a decent amount of time. I guess just a reminder for anyone that hasn't checked this out. I did not spell that right. If you haven't checked out my Steam page and looked at my game, check it out. There's an open playtest there too, so you can try that out and do stuff. And so I'm just trying to figure out how to reconfigure my items. Now, to some degree, I'm thinking upgrade. Like the things that I'm going to have as an upgrade for components are going to be not similar to consumable items, I think. The only kind of thought could be there is that you could have an upgrade that gives you like a permanent upgrade, but then like a temporary setback, right? So it like takes away 50 health, but then increases health later on or something. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'd want to do those. Kind of this, because upgrade, consumable, and junk is kind of more informative of how an item is going to be interacted with. It doesn't necessarily what it does, per se. So I could have technically a consumable that gives me an upgrade, but that would be bad because it doesn't save that interaction. It would have to like give me an upgrade item if it was going to do that. So yeah, I would think that's probably going to be the case. So what does that lead me to think? Basically that I probably would want to have different components. Because there's like an unconsumed type action of a component, and then there's an upgrade type component, I think. And junk obviously is just junk, it's just something that you fill in to make things, right? It doesn't actually do anything, so it doesn't need to really have components to it. So that's maybe what I'm going to do there. I'm going to have something in consumable and something in upgrade. Well, thank you, Cookdraft. All right, now I remember. Good guy, yeah. I was just kind of trying to like remind myself back when I saw you last, but yeah. Hope you're doing well. Have you been doing more game jams since the first one, or just going back to class and stuff? Okay. So let's first start with consumable item data. We're gonna make a scripts inventory consumable. We'll make a class in there. C# script consumable item effect. What I'm going to call this. Let's see if we can open this before Unity compiles. There we go. Are close some of these, so it's not so many of things here. Basically going to be dealing with these two for now. I've been doing a game jam since the last one. Yeah, it's totally fair. It definitely the quality of a game jam definitely depends on the people you've been paired up with, for sure. It's not gonna be nice otherwise. So the way that I see this is as a consumable item effect. I'm gonna have this thing have a should be public, maybe. I'll just make it serialized, private, serialized field, private of consumable item effects. Item effects. So then it should be an array. Actually, no, it shouldn't be an array. It should be a list. Let's say equals new. There. So we're making an item effects list, and so I should actually make this underscore because it's private. And then, so you're now working on a game with some people now, and they wanted to work with Godot instead of Unity, so I've been working with the Godot a lot. That's cool. Branching out. I mean, especially when you're starting out, there's no reason to stick to one consistently. So just try it out. Hope it's treating you well. Okay. And then actually, I'm gonna try to find that volume profiles, volume profile script. Here we go. So what this did is it added a type. And then did all this stuff. Okay. Seems relatively simple enough as a process. I guess this would be abstract, though this wouldn't actually have anything. Then we would make it so that we go public abstract on void on consumed int amount. We would then, how do I just like copy this? I'll just copy this, sure, why not? Copy all of this. And then I'll just tweak it a little bit. So command F this, just replace it with consumable item effect. Oh, okay. And then you don't need this overrides value. Yeah, I think that's probably fine as a limitation. Yeah, I don't need that part. Actually, oh, crap, I didn't. Just don't need that part. And then returns the instance added to the item. Okay. Now again, we're going to remove the overrides part. Remove this part. We don't need that. Type to this item, and then I'll have to figure out the has. But I could just do. Oh, so this is just checking if. Assume the has is just checking if it has that component. Yeah. Okay. Let me just copy this. Sure. So in item components effects, in this, again, let's just go Command Shift, place all those. Then exists in the item, and then exists in the item. Yeah, I should just Command Shift this and then place it with item. Yeah. I'm also now considering whether or not I should kind of, because a lot of this stuff is going to be similar. So I'm kind of considering whether or not I should make it a base class effect. Like there's an item effect that'll have a T, and then these guys will inherit from that and have a generic parameter they inherit that's the consumable item effect. That might be nicer long term. I'm just going to write this out and then I'll figure out that later. Now I want to check why do they need this is dirty. So I'm going to go, what is it actually used for? Find all references. So it says it's used in volume component list, yeah. So if then the refresh, even if the asset is not dirty, the list of component may have changed by another inspector. In this case, only the hash will tell us. Fresh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, hey Rez, how's it going? Hey, good luck. It's a hell of a way to start a conversation. No worries. Just trying to replicate kind of something what Unity's doing. In making like a scriptable object that's componentized so that I can make items that have different little abilities, and I can kind of like modularize that a little bit better. Okay, saying what I would say. Do something like that. Okay. Maybe I should just make this public. Yeah, I'll just make it public. Okay. Now, I have kind of that set up. So it adds it. We should be able to add them. And then what I want to be able to do is kind of up here. Maybe actually I don't do it in this class. I do it in this class. And what I want to be able to do is basically find a collection of everything that inherits from this, and then use that to display, you know, the relevant stuff. I've done this before. I just don't think I've done it in this particular project. Runtime initialize on node load, and then we go public static void. So it's not runtime initialize, it's actually an editor one. It's actually I'll do initialize on load. Okay. And then static void init. Oh, sorry, that's not. It's not this one. Oh, initialize on load method. There we go. And so the idea here is that we want something that calls every single time they reload the scripts. And what I want to do is make a public dictionary of actually, it's not even that. I would probably want to have a it's like header menu. So we're gonna make a weird little thing here, but it'll work. What we want to do as well, though, I just need to write this first, is we say if unity underscore editor. So this code only exists in the editor, because otherwise I won't be able to make builds, because this will actually break builds. We'll call this the add component menu. So one thing I'd be interested to know is when they go and they have TR text content volume component provider. Interesting. So how does this thing do it? So they go current pipeline. So this, then equal group S1. Okay, and then they had volume overrides, and then they get supported volume components. Okay, so they have a way of that they've stored all their components already. Interesting. Okay. iProvider, filter window, iProvider. Interesting. So you can actually use this stuff. And this is specifically an editor code. I don't know if I need that level of complexity, but it's kind of an interesting thing. So when they add the node, they path. Where does this tree even get defined? It's added in here. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. It's probably definitely a lot better for a lot of stuff, but I might just make it this way. So I'm gonna make this have a default, and then I'm gonna go this is I thought this had more to it. Let me look this up. Unity menu. Okay, fine. I'll search up menu item. This is not what I wanted. No, there's something else. It wasn't a... Is it menu command? No. Okay. Was it? No, it might be generic menu. Yeah, this thing. Okay. Yes, you got a bunch of code, and then you'll show as context. There we go. So then what we want to do is in this, we're going to say instead of menu, it's going to be generic menu. And then this one is going to be generic menu. Okay. And then I don't know if I can clear this, can I? I don't think this can get called multiple times, but I'm not sure. I could just always make a new one here. Just to... Oh, it's gonna be static, yeah. Make it a private set. Okay. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to for each. I wonder if I could specifically specify a specific assembly. Then I would have to know that all my inventory items are in a specific assembly, which I think is not terribly hard. Is a assembly definition. Should I just call it inventory, or should I call it something else? I think it should be okay. And then any platform, yeah. just always come up with these weird issues though, like when I do this. Because now it's a different assembly, so then it has to definition. So the one thing that's there is the floats. This would be the localization. Oh, there's 3 of them. Which one is the one I care about? Editor, editor, internal bridge. Okay, so editor. That's just the basic one, I think. Then if I apply that, let's see how many of these go away. Got to have a banana. Okay. So yeah, so that's fixed that part. So it does still need to like item data by the name services. That one might just be I don't even need it. Yeah, I don't need this thing. I should probably rename this to be like Whiskey Biscuit Games RBG.inventory. The rest. Because these are just like the It's actually a claim to me that the item pickup probably shouldn't actually be in here. But that I should probably at least know about these things. There's another one with services. Just being randomly used, okay. The other thing that I'll do is see how badly this backfires on me. Let's go create another one of these. Assembly definition. We're going to call it RG dot bind UI. Initially, is probably going to create more errors. Maybe it doesn't. Okay. So then we go back to the inventory. Scripts. All right. Inventory. Just do want to rename it to be EG. Oh, sorry. Yep. And then I'm gonna select the bind UI, and then apply. Oh yeah, so there are some things that need to still fix up, but the list is getting smaller. So this is just because I added this thing into I can go to components, reach UI. I probably want to just take this out of the assembly. So I'll call this reach components, and then I'm going to take these and get to just the scripts follow section. So now it's just this one tween component. So that's this will need to have it's like decode. It's not decode. Have a tween component. Tween component's actually not. Cancel this for a second. Start. Yeah, it's all this stuff. Maybe I'll just make that into another script thing. I hope this doesn't create another list of things, but we'll see. At least go to find UI from here, and then go add. Oh wait, no. Add tween components. And hit the apply button. You're fine. It's like just a bird or something, guys. Yeah. There we go. Crazy doggos. Yeah, there's still one thing. Serialized callback. Okay, so that's a Unity. No, that's not a Unity thing, right? Bark, bark, bark. Yep, it's the doggos. That's actually here. Oh, you've been gifted some more Tritos, doggos. Oh, you missed that one, Kirby. I think Matty's left us, so Kirby gets all the treats. Oh, so this does have toxicity, is what I need to reference there. Alright. Hey, why are you freaking out? Go get it. If I go back to bind UI, and we go to this thing, and we go clicky this, and then we go the city thing, and find the one that's not editor, I assume? Yeah. There we go. Apply. We might have unnested all these things. Kirby! Don't freak out Maddie anymore. Yeah, they need to make their presence known for Karazes to bequeath them with the Tritos. There we go. No, still. Really? But this is what's defined. Hey, that's enough too. That's enough. You have barked enough. Yes. I'm not getting any more because you bark. Oh, it's this needs it. Not bind UI needs it. That's why. Okay, so I reference this. I actually don't need it, I think. Yeah, he's pining for them. I think he thinks to some degree if he barks, that'll trigger a loop, which after he is quiet, he will get treats, but gotta not let him think that. So this one's the one that needs the city serializable thing. You will have to go inside, Kirby, if you don't stop barking. There we go. There's a good boy. Oh, now you have another thing that doesn't exist. Okay. Hover offset button. Wait, why is that? That's in twin components? Why? That should just be... it's just too standard. He just needs to come to the realization that he's not getting any more treats. And I said the word and he got excited again. mean, they're technically inside right now. And then we're back to this issue. So, scripts, inventory. Item up really actually should be like procedural generation. Because this should just handle items as a pure data thing, I think. Oh God. Why does this keep getting bigger? That's not cool. They misled me. They gave me a small little list. Okay. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a pain. Basically, it wants to know about all the things that it's gonna need. I wonder if there's a way that I can just make this thing. It's not just like current game everything, right? Let's see. Unity, assembly, definitions. Yeah. Okay. So could. So ideally, I don't want to have to like make all of these things have to reference everything else, but you just need to really know about the managers. I guess in base character. Just got any changes there. We can go. This is just gonna create a. What if I like create a SOS? I'll just call it like a general SOS assembly. See how badly this F's me over even more. Because then if I do this, I should be able to go inventory, and like reference the SOS general one, right? And then go apply, and then does everything become happy, or does it just make things worse? Yeah, I mean, if I had my way, I'd be asleep by 9, but it's no longer an option. I've definitely done something that's taken a lot of time to move all those assemblies out, so just hoping this works, because the goal is that I can then define this RBG inventory assembly as its own little thing, which means some good stuff in the end. But kind of painful in the short term. Although there might have been a better one, now I'm thinking about it. Holy moly, this is a long week pile. So how's everyone else's day? As I've seemingly done something that's gonna take a little while. My thought is that what I actually should have just done is I probably should have just separated data in instances out as two different assemblies, because then all the data can just exist as data. It just has a number, right? And then the instances are in the base assembly. And therefore they have different effects. Although maybe that wouldn't work. If I'm looking at the, it'll even let me look at some of these things. So the consumable item effect is going to be a data object. And so the question is whether or not this should actually have the ability to do something, or if it should just have the data of the thing to do. Because those would be two different kind of systems. What I'm hoping, like a dream of mine, is that I could actually make it so that the items are like moddable, even though I don't know why I want to reduce that much pain to myself. But if I were to do that, I would want to make sure that the item data itself is actually void of any knowledge of what it does. It's just like a data object. So it shouldn't actually have any functional information. So maybe I should have just done that instead of trying to put my entire game's code into an assembly. That would have probably been maybe the smarter move. Because, geez. I do sometimes wish they would like say, hey, the action you're about to do is gonna take like 5 minutes. Because I maybe would have not done it. No? Especially when it's just saying monocompiler.tick. It's just not like... It doesn't give me good confidence that it's actually doing anything. That's the other problem. Which makes me kind of want to just end it. So I don't want to just sit here anymore. Not just go ahead. Die. Go over here. And then... this. Let's see if it works. Safe mode. I don't know. Probably because they'd had the compiler errors than saying that. But we'll see. We'll see if it still wants to do the endless compiling. It's gonna be one of those weird things where you have like I'm gonna be creating like 2 scripts for every single effect if I have to do the separation, which is kind of annoying because you have to then have a data of the item effect and then an like instance of it or something that actually executes it. So and then I need to know how I connect those two without the data knowing what it's gonna do. Taking this long is not making me happy. It's being a little slow. I don't want to go and like delete that. This thing maybe. Maybe that just was a bad idea. Let's try deleting that. I don't know if that's gonna mess up that thing, so let's just... Okay, and then I need to go to this thing again. Just find intersafe mode. Is it actually opening, or is it... It says it's opening, but... I'm not seeing it. Just you're fine. Someone rolling up. I have to close the door. You're fine. It's just the bin. They disagree. They're not fine. They're very upset. There's an enter safe mode prompt somewhere, supposedly. Oh, let's try this again. Hopefully I didn't completely just bork my project. Let's see. Can I get past this thing? Enter safe mode. It's doing something. It's still doing this. Okay, right. Woo! A lack of treats and the dog goes us off. I gave him something. You should be happy now. Aha! We're back. All right. Yeah, so we're back with this error again. So that's fine. I can exit safe mode. Those arrows are okay. So now the interesting part of my puzzle of solving how to set this up properly. Do I write this in paint? Oh, this is a brilliant paint thing. I don't say this. Okay. So I have my data. And this is an assembly, but I don't really want to have it have to reference anything because effectively, I want to take this and be able to give it as a separate package that people can make and edit things, maybe. So I shouldn't have to know about anything. But I should be able to take a data and plug it into something, and that'll create the actual like instance effect of the data. And then this instance effect will have all the knowledge of what it does to, you know, any particular manager. That's probably how I'm gonna have to set it up. Not sure what you mean, AK. Okay. Oh, Wi-Fi. Okay. What are the three? A waifu? I'm more confused. People are confusing me, man. Oh, so hey, Sandy, how's it going? No barking. What we're gonna do is go to where are scripts, scripts. Okay. So again, what we need to do is separate kind of instance from this. But the trouble that I have right now is yeah, so right now all my so okay, data is different than effects, I guess. Because like my worry here is that I have a bunch of these managers that I'm referencing here, but if I start making the managers into an assembly, then there's going to be a lot more they're going to need to reference, and it's not going to be good. And so what I might need to do is just, well, like, might just want to go along the thing of saying, hey, I'm not doing any more of the whole inventory, but I might reference just like the effects. Might even just delete this. Come on. Just do all your stuff you need to do. Okay. is also giving me a problem. I think I'm just gonna delete a lot of these. I'm gonna go completely back on deleting all these things. Well, that was a good probably hour that I just kind of like wasted trying to do this. Okay, so remove that, and then I don't really care about any of these things in the standard assets, so I'll just leave those for now. So the thing that I actually want to do here is I probably want to make a new folder for specifically item effects. And this is going to have, this thing is going to have the assembly definition. SOS, although actually, this could be RDG dot item effects. I think it's not letting me type for some reason. Oh, is it because my keyboard got disconnected again? Yeah, okay. RDG dot item effects. And then we're gonna have I think I went in consumable and I went and made item effect. So this is what I'm gonna have to move eventually over to there. So I guess I'll just start by doing that right now. Right. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a class called a item effect factory. What this item effect factory is gonna do actually I should maybe call it just do like this, and then I'm gonna make a public interface in here, and I'm gonna call it an I factory. And then we're gonna have this thing wait, what? Oh. I factory. Okay. And so it's gonna be an interface, and what this interface is gonna have not void, but a I guess we could call it So I'd actually need to define a different class as well. So before I can do that properly. So in this thing, I should actually be calling this item effect data. And we will just copy that, resave it, just to rename this as well. Then we're gonna go and create a C# script that is the base class for an item effect. Okay. So now the item effect is just going to be pure class. It should probably be abstract, because it doesn't do anything by itself. It'll get inherited by a bunch of things, and then they'll do things from that. And what the item factory is going to do is it's going to return an item effect, create effect, and this effect that we're going to create is based off of an item effect data, but we don't have that right now. We only have consumable item data, so we should actually go duplicate this script and then just rename it to be item effect data. And then I'm going to make consumable item inherit from that. Just delete that. And this here to, okay. Yeah. So this one's gonna have that, but then item effect data will not have this. Okay. So this has the implementation. This one is purely abstract. Is probably gonna stay that way, I think. We'll see. Okay, so then this create an effect. It's going to take an item effect data, item effect data. Then this is going to have a public static I factory. I guess it could be a property. Get set. It's fine. Yeah, it should actually be a capital F. Factory. Okay. I'll call it maybe even an effect factory. Okay. So the idea here is I need to have something that each item effect data knows about. So what actually we do here in the base class is we go public item effect. We go create effect, and we can go item factory dot effect factory dot create effect. This, and just return. Now each item data will actually have a way of creating its associated effect because it goes through this effect factory. And then on the C# assembly side that is in my base project, I can actually create the effect and do stuff with that. What I maybe just want to do, I'll make a private class default factory, which extends from iFactory, and we'll just implement the interface, and then this will just return null, or just return do I return null, or do I return like an empty of some sort? Could make a
Be a good quiet doggo for a minute. I wanna feed you.
Do you hear that, Kirby? Be a good quiet doggo for a moment. She'll get some treats from Karazest. We'll see if that works, Karazest. At the end, you want me to play? Is that what you're asking for, AK? We'll see if I can make it happen. Depends how broken this by the time it's done. Okay. I actually wonder if I can do this. Let's check. So if I go private class empty effect, and this inherits from item effect, right? And it's just this random class. But maybe, okay, maybe I'll just make it a little. Actually, what I'll do is, in item effect, I will make another class that will be public called empty effect, and all this one does is it will have a public empty effect constructor that takes in item effect data, and I will make a public item effect data get what the frick is that? Kirby, I'm just gonna go put them inside. Get into the motion. Stay back. Sorry, Karazest. Get fake doggo now. I'm sure they'll get treats inside. Their mother is very generous. Why does my keyboard just like randomly at periods of time just decide like, I don't actually want to do anything anymore. Equals data. Okay. So this is just my way of making nothing. So this will just return an empty effect that is item effect data. Okay. Item effect factory, yeah. And the reason why I have to do this is so that in my other side of my C# I can just supplant this iFactory with my own, and then I will have a better factory thing that actually creates real effects. And yeah. So then what we do in here and this was supposed to extend from item effect data. Okay, so we have a component thing. We're gonna go through an assembly. So we go can't remember. Can I do like a .get assembly and by type? I need to look this up. This should be actually just C#. Alright, get assembly by name. Already been loaded. Doesn't load it again if it has been. Okay. Okay, sweet. So I can just do that. Assembly.load. And then I just need to do the name. So load. And the name should just be this thing, right? Specific. It's not enable this assembly. That might have actually helped. Okay. So let's see if this works. So this should get me an assembly. So an assembly is just like a collection of a bunch of scripts, right? And so then I can go through that, and then I go, I assume, I'll just say if, item effects assembly equals null for some reason. We will debug dot log an error of this assembly not found. Okay, and then I should probably return. In that case, return. Because nothing good is going to happen after that point. Now we go for each var. Okay, I'm just going to say s for now. In assemblies, 'cause I can't remember what the thing is. Or item effect assembly dot defined types. Get types. All right. Okay. So just go type. Type. Probably need to write system. So type if, and then we're going to say if type dot is subclass of this. Type of then type is subclass of type this, then we're gonna be wanting to add it to our component menu. I want to just check for type dot is this like the direct inherited? Because one thing I kind of want to do is if I have like a nested in thing, I'm trying to figure out whether I want everything to be in one row, right? But it should be ideally like searchable. I guess that's kind of like what they were doing with the volume list thing with this filter window. Set of elements is seen by an inspector when clicking the add component menu. Yeah, so what does this actually need? A filter window provider. Maybe that's better than what does this actually need? Should have the window on the screen. Okay. A thing called populate the tree elements. Okay. And then implement this method to define the behavior when an item is selected. Add if component. Oh. sure what the add if component means. Okay, so then at the end, then it defines an element and a list. Okay, and then in this thing, you have your element, which inherits from this, and then confused where the path node kind of comes into play. If I need that. Recursively add all elements to the tree. Yeah. Otherwise, you add the node. There's splitting. So there's some like path systems that they're doing. Right, because they're doing like drop downs. So if I don't need drop downs, I probably don't need to do that. I just need to make a list. And that should be fine. I don't think I'm gonna have like 100 different effects. I probably don't need to care too much about the like nestability per se of that. But if I make something that inherits from the provider and make something that inherits from element and has a little bit more options there, I think that's probably nice enough. And again, element just has level and then content and then name, which is the content of that's text, and then a compare to. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, in that case I would just define the type. Yeah, pretty much the same thing as how this guy works. All right, let's see if I can do that. Instead of this, basically, is what I'm trying to make. So what I am kind of contemplating though now that's funny. Just a nice good chair stream, really getting maximizing those hours streamed. Sure people loved it. Because I was considering moving it to the other class, but why? Because I wanted to make a more common base stuff, I think. What I'm gonna do, so basically I'm gonna eventually split this up. So I'm gonna go pub protected static and I'm gonna make a component or effect selector provider. And I guess in this case I wouldn't need to actually make it done at runtime. I could just make these things kind of whenever you click at it, but I might want to get the types in like a list and then I'll use them afterwards to make this thing. Maybe what I'll do. Effect selector provider. Oh, this is public. This should be protected class. Wow, that is not how you spell class. Effect selector provider, and so this inherits from something. The filter window. I have to go Unity editor dot filter. How do you find this stupid thing? What's namespace rendering? Weird. Okay. Still doesn't want to work. Is it because it's in the editor? So I might need to be in the editor namespace to do some of this stuff. Which actually kind of fair. Maybe I will. I'll do that portion, I guess, somewhere else. This I guess should just create a list of types. So let's just do that. Go public static list of type types. Yeah, I guess types. And this will be get private set, and then types. Dot add type. I guess I should say type dot is abstract. I'm gonna put a not in there. So if it's not abstract, meaning it actually has an ability to be a class, then there we go. So I'm a free human and know how many times fan rotates after closing a switch. Like, so you turned off your fan and you counted how many times it rotated before it came to a stop. Yeah, you are a free human. You are allowed to do that. That's a thing that you're allowed to do. I wouldn't say it's the most exciting thing to do, but it is a thing you're allowed to do. Now I'm thinking actually all of this. I want to move to a different class completely. So what I'm going to do, again, in here, or maybe I could even do it in this class. So this could be a static class. And then what I want to do here is this doesn't even need to necessarily be in Unity Editor only. But I need to be using system, and this, and so we get that, we go through all of the things and we add them. Now, instead of just being this though, what I want to do is we're going to have a private static list, and this is going to be of type as well. And I'm going to call this underscore effect base types. Might even be static read only. And then what it's going to be is new, this, and then we go this, and then we go this, and then we can add some base types. So the type of consumable item effect is one of them, basically. I'm going to add the upgrade effect later, but right now we'll just add this. And then I'm going to make this static into a dictionary of base type, yeah, and then a list of type. And maybe call this like type map or something. I don't know. And then what we do in the very beginning here is we can make this public. Remember, you can make a static item effect factory. So this is going to get called whenever we compiles. And then we can call this, if we don't find it, we're going to return, we're going to make nothing. Otherwise, we are going to, should give this at least a default value. Then otherwise, we're going to say type map clear. I don't know why it would have values at this point, but just in case it does. And then we're going to go for each type t in underscore effect types. I'm going to go and say type map dot add type of t. I can just say t comma new list. Now we have a list for each one, and then what we do is we go through each type here. And so every type in the thing is going to say if it's abstract. Just gonna go continue because it's not gonna go into any of them. And then we say another for each here. It's a lot of for eaches, but you know, whatever. It's not going to be a huge assembly, so it shouldn't be too bad. If it's a subclass of T, just saying T, instead of type of T, then we add it, we go type map this T dot add type. Yeah. Yes, Python. Okay. So then we'll just go through all the types and we'll add them to the dictionary, and then now we have our dictionary map. And so hypothetically, when we save this all, we should be able to get a list of everything that inherits from those classes. Right now is nothing, but item will not be compiled because no scripts associated to it. Okay. Yeah, because nothing, I assume, references that yet, which is fine. Okay. Then we have upgrades. So what I want to kind of slowly get over to is have a list. And so now what I probably want to start doing is at least make one consumable item effect. And then remove all these. And then go and try to add it to something, because I've written a lot of scripts and it still doesn't do anything. So that's kind of annoying. So I'm gonna go. Let's go to item data. On these base classes, and I need to do not item data. I need to make a C# script. I'm going to say item data with components, with effects. Actually, I guess I should say that effects. And so this thing. Item data with effects. This is inheriting from item data. Yep. It should be generic, where T extends from item effect data. this again still is abstract, so it doesn't need to implement anything. And all this really does is it's going to have a public list of t. And we're going to call this effects. And then we're going to leave that probably as it. I might have the public bool is dirty part here. I guess it's true by default. I don't know. Yeah. Alrighty. So we have effects. So this has a list of effects. Then we go to consumable item data. Right? So we can remove this part because this is not actually going to be there. And this is going to now inherit from item data with effects. And the effects that it's going to use are the consumable item effect data. And actually, so then I want to take all of this and put that in here. And I guess I could call this item effects instead. All right. Okay. No, actually, so this should be U, where U extends from T, then add type of U. System.type. Should just go Command F. Oh, this is probably it. Is that I need to just replace all of that with T. Okay, yeah, so now we add T type, and then we're adding it. We have, right, so I'm just gonna need to change this to U, and then where U extends from T. Okay. And so then again, go back to consumable item. We just need to remove this, so it's no longer needed as well. Alrighty. Now, what's what's the next little thing I have to add here? So I've added the consumables. Now they have a list of effects. If I go to this and recompile, I go to consumable, I should have our, I go to the resources of consumable. Resources, items, consumables. This should actually have item effects, and it'll have a list. Okay. Of course, that isn't what I in the end want, but I think it's gonna, yeah, it's gonna add like something like that. But we'll fix that up in a second. So that's the first step. Now we need to make that provider. To add an effect. Yeah. Okay. And I also need to actually recreate a effect provider on the C# side that takes over from this and creates a proper thing. So we will go back to my scripts. We'll go to inventory. And I'll create a C# script, and I'll call, not a C# script, oops. I'll call this effect instance factory. And what we're going to do so I was actually going to create what if I should actually call this item effect data? Cause a recompile, and I'm gonna have to change something in here. That's actually doing it right. So if I fix that, then I can change this to item effect data, which makes more sense because it's actually the data side of it. And then we can have the folder for item effects. Call it. And then I'm dragging that guy in there. Item effects. Okay. I'm gonna open this guy. I wonder if, can I go, if I make this thing static, and then I go static item, effect instance factory, right? I guess if I make this static, I'd have to make a private class factory. That inherits from item effect factory dot what factory. All right, and then we'll implement interface. And what I want to do here is basically map out every single effect to a data. I think that's how I want to do it. My keyboard's died again. Replug it in again. All right. So there's actually two steps to this. One is the there's a type of an item, so you can have like an item that's like something that's or an effect, right? An effect that's going to give you health. But then the data informs how much health you're going to get. So there could be two items and they could give you two different amounts of health, but it would be the same effect type that you were using. But it would be effectively, I'm just trying to think of, it would be a different effect class that I would want to make per one, but I would have to make it based off the type. So what I'd want to do, because I don't really want to create new effects, because the effect I think should be kind of in some way immutable, like that doesn't actually do anything to itself. It's just kind of a static effect thing that doesn't change. It just does something. And so the way I want to write that is I want to write public, not public, I'd have a private dictionary, I think, of type. I have to say using system, so type, and then it would have to be function, because I can't function that gives back a item effect, basically. And so this is going to be my constructor map. And actually it's going to need to take in it functions, or it takes in a Yeah, an item effect data, and outputs an item effect. Call this constructor map. We're going to equal new that. Okay. Now, yeah, this can just be private. It's got to be static, right? Yeah. That's why it's complaining. Static. That's not static. All right. Constructor map. We now in here is where I get into so I have one like this, and then I have another dictionary that is going to be existing. Just copy this, and then this part is going to do. I'm going to say if underscore existing map dot contains or try get of the item effect data, comma out item effect. So it doesn't. What we're going to do is we're going to say item effect equals okay, so I'm going to say if underscore constructor map dot try get value of item effect data dot type, and then item effect data get type, and then we out the func. Can I do var function? Or do I need to actually write the thing? I can do that. Sweet. Okay. So if we get it, we're gonna do equals function taking in item effect data, and else we are going to do something different. And the other thing we're going to do I guess, yeah. So if we don't have anything, we're just going to go item effect equals empty, or new empty effect, I guess. So new empty effect, effect data, and then I'll debug log a warning for item effect data dot name does not have a defined constructor using empty effect. Okay. Create an effect. Yeah. Okay. And then either way, what we want to do is go underscore existing map dot add item effect data comma item effect, and then you return item effect. So either we get it in its initial, it's already on. If it hasn't been created, we're gonna go get it, we're gonna create one, and then we're gonna supply it. Okay. Then what do I want to do next here? Probably need to. I'll need to eventually define some effects. So each time I add a new effect, I basically need to add it to this factory, which is something to do, but it's kind of like what you have to do. And then what this factory is going to do, at least the very deep base, is go item effect factory dot effect factory equals new effect factory. So it basically creates this thing instead. So that thing is going to now be handling all of the stuff. Item effect. Yeah. All right. Well, does not have a defined constructor using empty effect. Okay. So, just I guess we compile, make sure nothing's broken. Okay, and so what I want to do now is, let's go and create a folder here. Create a couple of folders. We'll call this base stuff. And then we're going to create another one for consumables. And even though consumable item is a consumable, it's a kind of base class. I'm going to throw all of that in there. Okay. And in consumables, we're going to go create C# script. Do. Yeah, of course. Of course you would do that. It's going to prompt another recompile. Get. 1 second. Just let it do its thing. It's silly. No idea what those things are. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a modify health effect. Recompile third time. Well, let's go on and recompile like right now. So I guess this is the third time. Okay. And actually, crap. This is not the effect. I want the. Or recompiling a bunch of times, because every single time you add a script, Unity wants to recompile. Because it makes sense. You're adding a new script. It needs to recompile the code so that it knows what it's doing, right? But close all these scripts that I've around and reopen this file. And yeah, it's going to be called effect data. It's going to inherit from item effect data. And all this thing is going to have is a public int amount. So we have that thing. And then we're going to have on the other side in item effects, I'm going to create a folder for consumable effects. We're going to create, I guess now I should call it consumables as well. Just like the kind of matching this one. And in this side, we're going to go create C# script. And this is going to be that. At some point, probably we'll want to make a tool that just does all these three things. No worries. Thanks for joining us. Have a good sleep. Sleep is important, so take advantage of it. I'm just hoping that, because I'm really hoping that if I can do this, I can create so many more cooler items. That'll be really, really nice. So, okay. So now, I need to go. I want to go to item effect. Right. Okay. So the base item effect doesn't really have anything. I'm trying to figure out. wonder if I'm gonna have maybe two things that I need to do here. So I need to make it public. T. And I'm gonna go create effect. Actually, one second. Why don't I feel like I should make item effect should just be a generic class. And then we should make this a T. And then we'll just make item effect inherit from item effect data. And then we just need to make this protected set. Yes, or can I just do this to have T? Hey, Blanket, how's it going? How's your fish game going? Hopefully nice and fishy. There's no argument given that corresponds to the required parameter of data. T extends from item effect data. So like is that just what I have to do? Oh, okay, I have to do that. Yeah, okay. I'm probably gonna end in about an hour and a half. That's my allotted time today. Get an extra long special stream because I have people taking care of the kiddos. And so they've been generous enough to let me stream during that time. Okay. So that's how item effects are gonna be structured. And then I always want to have, I kind of want to have that makes sense, Blanket. I mean, I had a child a week ago, so my streaming schedule has not been the most reliable, but hopefully yours isn't too serious. Thanks. Been a ride. Oh crap! And then I'm gonna have to make some. I'm gonna have to make a public item effect base class. And this is gonna extend from item effect. Class. There we go. So I need this because I'm gonna have a collection of these things, and they need to not be able to be generic. Cause it's, yeah, whatever. So let's go F2. Call this typed effect data, and then in the base class we will have a public item effect data call it effect data, and then be a get. Out of it. Set. I probably just want to have a constructor like this, where we define data, effect data, and then in here we go, base data. There we go. Empty effect could actually just be this, but right, we could just go yeah, and that'd be fine. Okay. So these are kind of like the base classes. Then this I can then have a public static item effect create based off of you. Yeah, create you. And then where u extends from item effect t and gamma new I can't remember how to do this. Define a constructor, but I can't remember. I define C#. With parameters. Am I? AK always running on the 1% batteries. See you around. Oh no! Oh, did not actually do it. I feel like it didn't actually do the sound. Let's try this again. There we go. Yeah, so it seems like I can't do that. It's annoying because I'd effectively want to make something that can take an effect. So I can't in this point go just say return new u and then just say like because I guess I don't even know what data it wants. Okay, well, I guess there goes that idea. But anyways, okay, so modify health effect. So this is an item effect that's going to take the modify health effect data and it's going to have that. Now actually, I need to make it not just be an item effect. It needs to actually be a consumable item effect. Right, C# script. Consumable item effect. And the abstract. This is actually still going to have a T in there. And then it's going to be inheriting from item effect T, where T extends from consumable item data. Do I need what? Item T to item effect data. Shouldn't that be this? Oh, no, okay, wrong thing. That's why, okay. No, it's this consumable item effect data. There we go. I don't even need that. I think, right? Why do you need a constructor on an abstract class? That seems kind of weird, but okay, sure, whatever. It's gonna have to do some more stuff, but that's to be done later. And then I'm gonna go to modify health effect. Right, so this is gonna inherit from consumable item effect. Right, and then this as well has to be a consumable item effect data. What that actually does, I'm not quite sure if it actually matters, but I guess it groups it together, right? So yeah, and then we have an amount. Then we have our little effect factory that's going to create this. So in the thing here, we're going to now be able to add one of these. So our constructor map, I'm going to go add type of health. This is our modify health effect data, comma, and then we create a function, and the function in is data equals new modify health effect data. Okay, and then as effect data. There you go. Yeah, okay. And so now we've kind of added one. And it's kind of sucky that you have to add that for every single one of these things, but maybe there's a better way eventually to do it, but kind of the best way I can see right now. So now the modify health effect. I want to have a consume item effect, have some functionality in here. So what this will do is it's going to have a public abstract void on consume. I guess just I'll say unconsume. And I guess that's kind of what we'll do. Just want to check what does health consumable do right now. So health consumable will take an amount. Do a for loop. That's kind of silly because I could have just multiplied by amount. Oh, I actually can't because do damage or on hit. There's like effects that multiply it per value, right? So it actually does need to kind of do it like this. Now, of course, this is going to be a little bit harder. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to display it. The heal amount contains key. I'm gonna have to get around that somewhere, but consumable item basically now I need to actually have go back. Unconsumed. Where's this? Why is that an item? It should be in consumable item, not. Let's just close. Let's close others for a second. Let's reset this. Consumable item data, right? You must have cut this out of here, which, yeah. Yeah, that should have been there. Now, eventually, I'm actually going to want to make this not even virtual, but for now I'm going to use it, make it virtual. And then we're going to go for let's just go and get health consumable again. Health consumable. I'm just going to kind of do this thing, and we're going to write base dot unconsumed amount. And then we're going to go this heal amount. So instead of this, yeah, we're going to go 4 and then for each consumable interesting. Tool item effect data. No, actually, wait. Actually, wait, scratch all this again. So I'll leave that still as abstract. Go back to health consumable. Do that for now, and then so what I actually need to do is go to tool item instance. When this guy gets created, he needs to actually create his effects. I can make a base class with this. So, go items. This item data with effects. Now we need to create C# script item instance instanso with effects. Okay, and so just looking at item instance. So you're basically going to be making a thing that inherits from item instance of t. So this is also going to have a t variable. It's going to be abstract. I'm going to say where t stands from, and this would be item data with effects. No, it's kind of awkward because this actually has a t value. I guess I need to actually chain that. This is kind of weird. So item t and u, where item instance stands for u, and item effects u. And then also where u extends from item effect data, I think. That's, I think, how, yeah. Okay, now it's happy. Sweet. So I have to specify those two when I define it, but that's fine. And then we get the item instance with effects. And what effectively we are doing here is we're adding a, I guess it can be public. It'll be fine. List. Maybe we can make it an I read only list of you. Is that the oh god, this is so okay. So because it's the item effect data, but it's, I guess it would be item effects, but technically I don't really want them to just be item effects at this level. I kind of want them to be the type that is defined here. And then I guess so item effects is this, but then that doesn't actually define what the instance of it is, because I need the instance version of it here. So do I need to, I might need to define a V. This gets very annoying. Fine. V. Okay. Let's just next line these things where you, and then where V extends from item effect of you. And so this is item effects. And then I might even go get, why do you do this to me? Get the protected set. Even though it's probably going to be all defined here. So in here, what we're going to go through and we're going to go do is we're going to go for each. This would be you, I think. Date, I guess effect data in data dot item effects. We are going to make an effect. We are going to go item. Need to make a new list for this thing. So list of V equals new list of V. Da, ba, da, da, ba, da, ba, da, ba, da. Then we're going to go effects dot add effect data dot create effect. Now this doesn't work because it's not creating it as a the type that I want necessarily. I can just cast it here. The only problem with that is that then the empty effects technically get nulled. Which I might want to just say we might just write this down. So we'll write V effect equals if effect equals null, you will go and say something. My music died or ended. Let's do that. Okay. If effect is null, then we will. What are we gonna do? Just gonna debug dot log an error saying actually what I should do. Well, I can say, yeah, so item effects. We will make a item data dot name does not make an effect of type of required type of V. So then if that's the case, we're going to continue. Otherwise, we will add our effect. And so fortunately, I won't have to make too many of these whole shebangs, because we just go item instance with effects, and then what is the T and the U and the V? So the T is the item data, okay, and then the next one is the effect data. So consumable item effect data, and then the last one is consumable right, the consumable item effect doesn't actually have a non-generic base class. Does this need to be still generic? Kind of does. It kind of doesn't. Because yeah, it needs to know the data so it can use it in the onConsume. Yeah, so that's kind of the annoying part. Maybe I don't do this yet, and I just do that, whatever, the lower class that actually needs it. So I can take this effectively away, so I don't need to say T. yet. We just even go like that, and then we go and this, we just go this. I just need to delete this. And then I need to just make a whoops. It's kind of like creating silly amounts of abstraction here, but right, so then you have like that, and then yeah, okay. So then you have this base class that doesn't have any generics onto it, then you have the typed effect one that has this, and then it knows about all the stuff that it needs to know about. Alright, so then we save that, and we go item effect, yeah, because it doesn't need the T. I guess now it could just be, it does, I do want to be EV though. Okay, so I still want to inherit from that. And then in this level, it can just be consumable item effect. Okay. I think I resolved that dilemma. By just making the T part come in later. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably not even really needed to have this, but I guess it just makes the end effect a little bit more straightforward, hopefully. So there's the health, modify health effect. Which supposedly now does not implement space class because it doesn't have a consume. And so in this section, this is when I would go and do the same thing that health consumable does. And go go typed data dot amount. And just replace all uses of heal amount with this. I wonder if I should just make, so I went back to help consumable. I had this int variable. Heal amount variable, and I'm just setting that to this, right? I just kind of wonder if I am taking this and I put this with this. Okay, I might need to reference that in this thing. Item effects. Localization. Okay. See if I do that, and then do a quick little apply. Should figure it out in a second. Yeah, and then we go int variable, and we change this to be called heal amount. I don't know. Do I go like new int variable? So just yeah, it just doesn't even have any parameters. Okay. Is there anything like I can? So what I might just do is go heal amount. Go int heal amount equals that. Hey button mash, how's it going? I'm petting my fake doggo because my real doggos are inside. Hopefully that's sufficient. How you doing? I'm just refactoring my entire inventory or item database management system. You're satisfied, good. Because I want to make this a lot more flexible in what it can do. So hoping that with some of these changes that will come true. I really want to see what this looks like if I make this public. I want to see if I can actually edit that in the inspector. But I'm probably a little bit away from actually being able to do that. I look at my resources, consumables, sedative, right? I have a bunch of item effects. Now I can't create any of them yet. And so do I do that next? Because I have a thing. I have an ability to make a heal effect, and then I have hypothetically all the things that actually would do the heal effect. So now I probably just need to go back to this. I need to make an editor thing that views this and allows me to edit it. That's probably the next thing. Item data editor. Is this? Right, okay. Great, C# script. I'm gonna go item data with effects editor. And what we want to do is want to open this, and then also open the item data editor. Close this to the right, because I have the editor with effects. I have this thing, and then I need to also open item data editor. item data editor. So the basic. So what I'm gonna do is I'll put a separate protected void draw add remove GUI. Just cut that, paste that in there, and then for this one we'll just go like that. Easy peasy. Okay, and then we will take this one and we're gonna inherit from that one, and we're going to another generic issue. Just want to like make a class that's like private. I really want to make a private class, but then I can't make a private class that this thing inherits from, I think. And then I would have to still be able to reference it. So I'd have to reference another abstract class that is extends from item data, and then basically this does nothing. Does nothing but allow for editor visualization. Because I need to be able to broad this thing as opposed to just item data. So because basically you have this guy, which you copy, and then you paste that, and then I need to be able to say item data with effects. You can't just say item data with effects and it be the non-generic kind. Okay, and so then we're gonna go override inspector GUI, and then we are going to do the draw and remove GUI just on top as well. Then we're going to go through for each serialized property in serialized object cat iterator. I think I can do that, or do I have to? Can I do that, or does it expect me to? Yeah, okay. So this goes through every single little serialized property, and I'm going to say if serialized. I might just call this SP to make things short. If SP dot not save changes message SP dot name equals I think it was item effects is what I call it, right? Item effects. I want to override the functionality. I guess if it doesn't, I'll just say if it doesn't equal it, we're gonna go and just go editor GUI layout draw or property field, I think it's called property field SP. Do whatever you want. Do the base stuff. Otherwise, we're going to go continue. And then we're going to go and do the item effects as a custom layer on top of that. So we're going to go for each item for each. So we actually have to get the target in this case. This is item. This is a problem. Because this thing doesn't actually have knowledge of what item effects I have, and I don't really know that what the current effects are because they're of a generic type. I could make like a thing that iterates through the item effects and gives me back them as item effect data. Which is probably fine. I guess we'll do that. So basically nothing. And then we're going to say public abstract get item effects. And then this is supposed to return a list of item effect data. It kind of sucks that it creates a new list though every single time it's going to do this. Actually, I could go I enumerator. I wonder if that works. Probably not. But I could just at least go then. Over. Right. Say enumerator. Oh. And then for each T effect in item effects yield return effect. Yeah. Let me say target. Yeah, so then I go, it's called item data with effects equals target as this. Item effect data, the data in target dot get was it IEnumerable instead of IEnumerator? It's probably that. IEnumerable. Does it now like it? Definition. Does it have to just be this? Seems kind of weird. Nope. Hey, I hate these things. Enumerator. I'm just gonna try enumerator again, and then I'm gonna try. Numerator equals this. Okay, so I think it has to be IEnumerable then. Okay, so that fixes for each part, but oh, oh my god. There we go. Okay. So I could, yeah, I can still go. Alright. Just had a little dumb moment. That's okay. That's okay. It's alright. It's okay. Okay, so now we get through all the items. Item. Effect data. Dot. And why do I want to list through all these actually in this way anyways? If there's a way, if I go to my loot table, no, not that. Loot table. I thought it was loot table, but maybe it's spawn. There's a I have an editor thing that displays my items in a nice way. Go data, configs, spot tables. It might be spot tables, yeah. Because I can go view and then I can do this. Basically, I want that to happen. So this is loot table data, right? So it must be the loot table data. Three references. So it must be. Right, I guess I called it this for some reason. Cached view editor. This must get set somewhere. No, that doesn't set it. This just gets set. Oh, here. Is that how the... I go to volume, profile, picture. In the post processing. I think it's in there. But why isn't it? Created a new script again. Volume, profile, list editor. Yeah. Before we are but for editors, okay, so it's caching the editor is visible, and we don't display it, but otherwise we get these things. Where are we actually adding these though? Reset component. Basically, so it's just creating a editor component. Okay. Okay, no, that's easy enough, I think, to replicate. And specifically, I guess, just go back one line. Is just basing it off that. When does this get called? Call it. We add the component. Okay. Basically, what I should be doing here is we should have a private. I wonder if this should be serialized field. Private. Not partial. Private. List of editors. So I should call this effect. And this will equal new editors. Okay. And so in some way, what we should be doing is we should have a protected, I guess, void build editors, and that's what should be doing this thing. Then we're gonna go and we're gonna go editor dot create cached editor with context. Target, and then what are the other things we need? Editor type, we'll just do null because that'll be the default, and then the cached editor is I guess in this case it's not creating the cached one because there's no cached already. It's just creating an editor. So it'd just be create editor with context. Wait, there has to be an array of target objects? Maybe I should just go create editor. I think that's probably actually more. I forgot. So we'll just go create editor, and then we'll go. Need to have an int index Or do I? No, I just go add. And I do need to go as well back to this thing. I need to take the dirty part and put that in here. Alright, so yeah, this XD is dirty. Okay, and then go if probably just as well just go private metadata effects. Did I make that? Okay, yeah. We will just in here go underscore item data with effects equals that. Say added too many equal signs here. God damn. Time flies so quickly. Jeez. I'm gonna have to wrap up soon. Check. Okay. If item effects, if source property thing dot is dirty. Is it rebuild or build editors? Build editors. And we're going to build the editors, and then we're going to go through all of them and basically get them to draw, I think. Kind of the idea. So then for each underscore editor in underscore effect editors. We're going to go editor dot draw definitely a lot that we're gonna have to implement here to make this really as good as potentially other stuff, but it's top row fields. Right, okay. On vector GUI. Right, okay. So we just do that. Okay. So if it's dirty, we would build the editors. And why does it not like this anymore? All right, so this is. One sec. I got an extra 30 minutes out of my wife, so I get to go a little bit longer. So effect editors, add this. So we create this, we build the editors, then we're drawing all the editors. Then at the bottom is the part where I need to create the effects table thingy that we need to actually add these things. So what I want to do is make a, so this can be public class provider and add effect provider, and it's going to inherit from filter this thingy is going to have it's not this section actually, it's the list no wait, sorry, it's this thing. The filter window dot show, just in Unity rendering. Dot filter window. Okay. Dot provider. That's a chunky inheritance structure, but implement interface. There we go. Okay. So I'll just make this generic get and generic set. You can get set there. And then we need to define these two things. Still don't know what add if component does. But we are going to make some things. So we do need to have a public class. Instead of element, I guess we'll just call this element. And it will inherit from this. And then again, it's just going to get a public system dot type. I think it's all it kind of needs. And then yeah, So we say if element is element E, then we do some stuff. I guess in this thing as well, I'm going to need a constructor. Public add effect provider. We'll set the vector position is a thing that comes in here, and we'll also set a It's a little tricky because this actually can't. If I'm putting something in, I need to actually have a somewhat more open add function. What I could do, so is in here we add the add, but it's just T, and T with no the generic constraint is just that T extends from item effect data. All right, and then we actually mark this as abstract, and then in here I just do an override. I need to probably delete this so that it lets me do this. Override add T. I'll just change this to U to make it a little bit easier, and then so if actually wait, let's go back here. We'll leave that. We'll make it this a triad of T, and it'll just be bool. I don't think I even need to outthing that. Okay, and so then we'll do. I don't really need this whole thing. Okay. Try it. I'm gonna say override triad. I don't know why. Oh, said written override that. Okay. And then we just replace this with U. And then we say if type of score U dot is subclass of type of T. Then we go type of u, and we return true. And then otherwise we return false. Yeah, it'll be fine. This is mainly all editor code, so it doesn't really matter if it doesn't technically return true. And then so what we do over here is provide an item data with effects target, and so we'll store the target here as a little private variable. Target equals target, and this dot position equals position. There we go. Okay. And then in this whole bottom part, we can go target dot add or triad. Actually, it went grab. So the triad should actually just be with a type. 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 So if type is a subclass of T, then we add type. Then we go try add e dot type. Okay. And then in this case we'd turn true. And then otherwise we'd return false. Okay. True if the window should close, false otherwise. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Then create component tree. So the idea here is we then go through and get some stuff. So this thing actually should have a knowledge of, I should have a public, this should be properties, put it up here, public type, effect, base effect type. Yeah, I'm gonna make this abstract, and then this will just be override spec type equals type of E. Okay. And then what we can do is we can go to item factory dot type map try get value and we put in underscore target dot base effect type, and then we go out a list of types. inherited types calls. I forgot to surround that in if statement. If. Okay. Then if we have that, we're going to go through for each type in inherited types, and we're going to go and make a new element. I'm just going to make the constructor for this so that'll be a little bit quicker. Go public element type right, this thing actually does have some definition. GUI contexts, yeah, so it should actually set the content in here. Okay, so this dot type equals type, and then content equals new GUI content dot name type dot name. Okay. So we're just gonna go tree dot add type. Right? Oh wait, no, tree dot we go new element, just element dot filter element, right? New element type. I guess I could actually add one small thing, is go public abstract bool as, and then we go type type. And I think I already have this. I just need to go override. And so then I can go if underscore target dot has type, then we continue and continue. If target dot has type, continue. And then we go element dot type, and then we do that. All right, and then we've added a bunch of types, and we should be good to display that, I think. Okay, so then we need to have an if GUI or editor. Oh, it's just GUI layout, right? GUI layout dot button add effect, and then we will in this go reference this thing, filter H scope direct. I'm gonna just copy this whole thing. Okay, then instead of this though, we're gonna say what do I call it? Add effect provider, and it's gonna want cause and underscore target underscore, what is it? Underscore item data with effects. There we go. Okay. So I maybe might have a point where I actually can see something. I've written so much code and none of it is visible at this point. So it's kind of crazy. It's a little bit of an offsetting point to be at this stage, having written so much and not knowing if any of it works. But let's look. Oh, well, we're getting some. Definitely, yes. It's referencing a lot more than I need to. Right, okay. Because what I'm doing. Right, so actually what I should be doing is I get the iterator, which is a serialized property. And then we go while sp dot next visible, and I say false because I don't want to go. I said false. Let me say equals. Let's see how that looks. Because yeah, it's going through every single property field and it's going inside the property fields, which is not what we actually want. It's also showing anything that's like not necessarily need to be visible. Okay. Right, okay, so a little weird part here. Okay, so we're gonna then we need to say do, and then we need to say sp dot next visible true. Okay, let's try that. All right. Okay. Object reference on set to an object. So what is null? I guess there's no group headers, which I guess if I look at this thing, I think it does create some. Create component tree. It adds a group element. supposed to traverse to again? Depth, and there's a tree. So it's sorting it, and it's adding it, and it's... Hmm. The path node is kind of like their upper level, and then they have a bunch of smaller nodes that I guess is just the type. So they always add a level 0, but I assume I must just not be using this correctly. If the rebuild search stack, m count stacked out -1. So I assume that the stack is just not at least 1. Is that what the problem is? That it's probably file references. Maybe I have to create at least 1 stack. Seems kind of silly. Add a bunch of things that are just like lower down in a different pipeline, like or different folder though. Or I guess let's just verify. When I'm going just attach this. I don't know if I've changed anything. No. Check if I haven't. Yeah. So inherited types does actually have 1. And so then we go down here, we don't have it, and then we've added it to the tree. Okay, so now our tree at least has 1 element in it. Now compare that to this thing. Yeah, I feel like that should be fine, but obviously it comes back with the error. Could maybe just... Oh no, it's getting that it's a stack 0 is null. So it actually has a 1 in its stack, but it's null. Can I just go like that to fix this? A little hack, but... it hopefully will fix it. Add effect. No. I'm still reloading. Okay. Let's see. Okay, clear. And then... no, still does the same thing. Oh, because I refixed it. Okay. Okay, well, why... Final references. Why does stack have... a null element in it at all? Be match. Let's try to get the first one. Okay, fine. You know what? I'll just... I will... in this thing, create a... add a group element, I guess, and then... try that. See if that fixes it. There. At this point, if I can just add an effect, I need to go in like 7 minutes. So I do normally try to like leave some time so I can rate people, but I just need to get this slightly working. That's all I really want. Just have a thing slightly working. You know? There we go. And I have it. So I should probably do some sort of better like wrapping of this thing. But yeah, no, there's no more effects. Cool. And then I have an effect die. I see if this even... let's see, okay, so if I go 4 and then 0 here, does this actually work? I guess I'd have to get damaged to test this if it worked. I could make it -4 and I could see if it damages me when I play. Load game. Sure. Okay. So then we're gonna go at 6. Fade in effect is null. This is null. The effect factory. Effect factory is null. How is that possible? I guess I don't set it, but that means that if this is the default factory, okay, I should be setting the default factory, but the means that the fuck you, stupid new thing. Effect factory instance. This isn't getting called. It should be. Because otherwise I don't know if I'd get this, but can this be public? No. No. Yeah, this should just be getting called. But it's... What if I just go private static void init and then we go runtime initialize unload method. We do something like that. Go. Just file. I'm probably not even gonna read anyone. I'm just gonna try to see and get this. If basically whatever comes out of this next compile is what I'm ending on, because that's all I can do. So I'm getting errors visualizing this even. Okay, so let's add 4 of these. Add. Fact actually exists. Good. So then do I have some? Aha, I do. So then consume. Okay. Well, I get consumed. I just don't do anything. It's probably because the consumable item instance creates them now, but it doesn't do anything with them when they get consumed. So I just go to the data and I call on consumed now, but later on I'm gonna need to not call that, and I will need to call the actual item consumed, and then we'll kind of filter our way down. All right. I have already exceeded my welcome time, so I'm gonna just say thanks for watching. I'm gonna feel bad not rating anyone, but I just gotta go. So thanks everyone for joining in. It's been I would say a productive one, but I haven't really got anything visually working. But I did write a lot of code, so gotta be thankful for what you got. So again, thanks everyone for joining, for everyone for chatting in and saying hello and visiting around. If there's anyone in here that has not looked at the game, check it out on Steam. You can wishlist it. You can play the demo by requesting access. It's open. You just need to click request access and you'll get the demo. So do that. And then there's also the Discord if you want to join in and give feedback on it. There's links for the Discord in the actual demo as well, so you can always do that too. But yeah, thanks again for being here, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.